Sorry, sorry, Mr. Morning, guys. Thanks for tuning in and checking out the baby timber rattlesnakes. Will y'all go ahead and double tap center your screen? Give me a thumbs up, please. Y'all are the first viewers in here, and if y'all give me a thumbs up, it'll help boost the algorithm and get this out to a bigger audience for me. That way the stream will be relevant for several hours today. Please give me a thumbs up, guys, while you're in here quick. I really appreciate it. We got 3 people watching. If you 3 will, double tap the center of your screen. Give me a thumbs up. Nah, take too much work for you to double tap that screen or something. You want to sit here and watch my stream, and the time I put into it and effort and energy I put into it, but you don't want to hit that thumbs up? Come on, guys, give me some likes on this thing. If it's not worthy of liking, it ain't worthy of watching. Come on, guys, give me some likes in here. There's 12 people sitting in here watching the thing. A couple of y'all at least should hit the thumbs up for me.
Behold, this is the world.
There's your plate. There's your plate.
Hey guys, please like my live stream. There's 10 people in here watching. If a couple of y'all at least hit the like button, it will boost the algorithm. It'll make it where it's more visible to a wider audience. We're not monetized. We don't ask for money. We don't ask for donations. Only thing we ask for is likes. Come on, guys, tap that like button. Once I get a like, I'll tell you a little bit about these snakes. ain't nobody in here can hit the like button for me. So ain't nobody in here can hit the like button for me. Ain't nobody in here. Well, thanks. There's one person out of the 10 anyway. I appreciate that. Now, with any luck and a little respect, some other people will go ahead and hit that like button. I think they think that these live streams just happen on their own, you know, without anybody putting their time and effort into them. Hey, even if you don't plan on staying for long, please give me a thumbs up. Help boost the algorithm where it's a wider audience and get some people that may come hang out for a little while and watch. Every time I go into a live stream, whether I love it or hate it, I hit the like button to help out the person that's putting their time into making the live stream for us. I don't see no reason why a few other people can't do that. I guess maybe because you're all a bunch of fuckbags. If you can't hit the like button, go ahead and leave my stream. There's been 8 people in here watching for several minutes now, and you can't hit the like button, go ahead and leave. I don't want you here if you can't hit the like button. If I don't end up having 5 likes in the next 15 minutes, I'm just going to end the stream and say, fuck it, I'm not going to do it today. I'll do it later whenever I think there's going to be a new audience in that does give a crap enough to double tap the screen. It don't take you any extra time. It doesn't take anything away from you to double tap that screen. But you don't give a shit enough. You just want to watch the content and fuck what it takes for the people to make it. There we go. We weeded out 3 assholes. Now we got 5 people still in here. Come on, hit that like button for me, people. Hit the like button or leave. One of the two. There's plenty of other live streams out there to watch where people are just sitting on the couch, not showing you anything of any substance. Go on over and watch their live stream if you want to. But if you want to stick around here, hit that like button. There ain't nowhere else that you're going to see timber rattlesnakes live right now. And a close-up like that of the face of one. Look at that. Where else can you see a live timber rattlesnake up close and personal? Sure, you could go out there somewhere in the woods and look around till you find one and take your own pictures and video of it. Or you can make it a whole lot easier and just come click on the damn thing right here. We still have, flipping back and forth between, about 7 and 10 people in here. And I still don't have any likes up there. If y'all will, please hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. I put a lot of time and effort into these live streams. I'd really appreciate if y'all would put a split second of your time into it and like my live stream here. Only thing it does for me is that it helps boost the algorithm to spread it to a wider audience where I get more people interested and they come back for future streams. I'm not a monetized channel. I don't ask for donations. I don't ask for money in any way at all. I don't ask anything of my viewers except for some likes. So the 3 of y'all that are in here, if y'all will hit that like button, it would really help me out tremendously. It don't cost you anything, and it pays off tenfold for me. Try to give you a close-up of the face of the one right there in the front. Bear with me for 1 second. I am going to adjust the camera just a little bit. Alright, there we go. These are timber rattlesnakes, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. They're a heavy-bodied pit viper found throughout the eastern United States. They are found all the way from New England to the northern parts of Florida, as far west as Minnesota, and to the northeastern portions of Texas. These rattlesnakes was listed on the endangered species candidate list for quite some time. They are still on that list in several states. However, they have been removed in some states. They was originally on that list due to, human intervention, things like deforestation, building roadways, housing developments, etc. And also from the fear factor, people killing them out of fear and thinking they are dangerous. However, that's not true. With a timber rattlesnakes are an extremely docile snake. They are very reluctant to bite. These snakes will bite, and they will rattle, and they will strike if they feel threatened or cornered in any way. If you accidentally step on one or you try to pick one up, they are very likely going to bite you. But if you leave them alone, and even if you're in close proximity to them, they are very reluctant to strike, and usually don't. If I could fit in this enclosure, I could probably sit right in the middle of this enclosure, and none of them would attempt to bite me. They would just want to try to flee and get away from me. They have been seeing increases in populations in many areas of these snakes again now, which is a really good sign. Another reason for the population decline was because these rattlesnakes are very, very slow aging, to sexual maturity. The females don't reach maturity till between 8 and 11 years. And they may only produce 2 to 3 litters or reproduce 2 to 3 times in their entire lifetime. These snakes live between 15 and 20 years in the wild. Some have been known to live as much as 30 years. They typically grow between 3 and 5 feet in length. They have been recorded as much as 72 inches in length, but more typically 3 to 5 feet. The males are larger than the females. Some states, like Pennsylvania, for example, they do have a hunting season of these snakes. You must have a fishing license and a venomous snake permit to harvest one. And you're allowed one a year. You're allowed one timber rattlesnake and one copperhead per year in Pennsylvania. I do not like the hunting as far as, you know, killing these snakes or eating these snakes. I don't think there's any reason that anybody should have to kill or eat these snakes. I am okay with an occasional hunting permit for somebody who wants to catch one and keep it for research purposes or educational purposes and keep it alive. But I do not agree with the killing of these snakes. These snakes, I would say, are in the top 2 most potent venom for rattlesnakes in North America. I would say they're second only to the Mojave rattlesnake. The Mojave, I would say, drop for drop, is more venomous or more potent than the timber rattlesnake. The eastern diamondback rattlesnake is the largest rattlesnake species in the world. I believe, I don't know if this is scientifically proven, but I believe the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is the second largest rattlesnake species in the world, followed by the timber rattlesnake. They give birth to anywhere between 5 and 20 young when they give birth. On average, between 6 and 20, or I'm sorry, between 6 and 8 is the average. Hi, Anna. Thanks for stopping by. If you will, please hit the like button while you're in here. It helps boost the algorithm to spread this to a wider audience. It's the only thing that helps us out is the likes. We don't ask for any money. We do not ask for donations in any way. Simply ask for your likes. You're checking out timber rattlesnakes, Crotalus horridus. Please, guys, hit the like button while you're in here, please. It definitely help us out. Without your likes, this stream will peter out to nothing, and It'll just go away. Nobody will see it anymore. I won't get any views on it. If a handful of y'all hit the like button, it'll boost it. It'll get it to stay relevant. It'll stay in people's feeds when they're swiping through. And it'll also show the thumbnail where people have the option to click on it and watch. Thank you for that. Yeah, timber rattlesnakes are very pretty snakes. The timber rattlesnake is my favorite species of rattlesnake of all time. These babies here would be from the northeast United States. They're black phase, and then some of them are yellow phase. The ones that look like a tan color to you right now will be the yellow phase as they age. The yellow phase will be sort of a cross between yellow and green color. And the black phase will obviously just be a black color throughout their whole body. You might see a light, a light outline around their pattern or their banding when they age, but overall, most of their body or majority of their body will be black. And again, if you weren't in here for it, these are timber rattlesnakes. Crotalus horridus is their scientific name. They're found throughout the eastern United States, all the way from New England to northern Florida, as far west as Minnesota and the northeastern portions of Texas. So they are a very widespread rattlesnake. And again, they are a very docile rattlesnake. They're very reluctant to bite. They will rattle, they will strike, and they will bite if they feel threatened. Linda Mitchell, they're ugly little sneaky critters. Well, that's the thought of some people, but like I was just saying, these snakes right here, they're very reluctant to bite. If you was in the yard, example, and one was laying there in the yard and you didn't step on it or mess with it in any way, that snake's just going to want to get away from you and try to leave. These snakes will only, defend themselves if they feel it's necessary. If you accidentally step on it, if you reach down to pick it up, if you make it feel cornered or threatened in any way. But thanks for your comment, Linda. I understand many people feel that way. I actually have some regular viewers now over the last week or two that have felt just like you in the beginning, and they come in every day now to watch the snakes, and they are learning lots of things about these snakes and other snakes, and starting to find them interesting. Snakes play a very important role in the ecosystems. They keep small rodents, small mammals, rats, chipmunks, some small reptiles. They keep all of that in check, keep it balanced. Hey, Sue, there you are. Sue is the one that I was, her and her husband are the ones that I was speaking about here just now. I didn't even know she was in here, but that's who I was just speaking about, that she, hated snakes, didn't really care for snakes, and she's been in here every single stream that I have watching now. I should have known you were in here, though. The lights don't start rolling in until you show up. We got a pretty good view of one laying on the rock right here, soaking up the heat. And then also all of them guys back there. I need to figure out how, and I'm hoping when the new cameras show up, I'm hoping I don't have to, zoom in like this, to keep a clear image on them. Because right now, it wants to focus on the closest thing all the time rather than focusing on the main group of them. And I don't know how to stop that autofocus from happening. Soon as this snake moves away from the front here, it should stay focused a little better on all of the snakes. But right now with this one, once it moves in the front, the camera wants to automatically focus on the one. Let's see here. Let's see if I can move it a little. It looks like a bunch of them are wanting to head this way. I'm a little concerned with the one black one. I'm hoping that he's just getting ready to shed again, but he's been rubbing his face quite frequently, and it looks like he's got a light spot right about between his eye and his heat sensing pit. It's got a little bump to it, and it's kind of white, but I'm hoping it's just the shed fitting to come off of there. I don't know. We'll keep a close eye on it and try to determine what it is. But with any luck, it's just a shed. His color is kind of dull where it looks like he's going to shed again. Right there he is, actually. It's that guy right there, front and center. Him right there. You see that light spot just in front of his eye? That's a little concerning to me. I don't know that it's a problem, you know. It's probably not, but we'll keep an eye on it, like I said, and we'll determine what we've got to do if it turns out to not be a shed. Yeah, that's the same one that was rubbing last night. Yep. So that's why I say it's kind of got me a little concerned. I mean, I'm not overly concerned, but and it's actually the same one with the I think. Let me look real fast before I commit to what I was about to say. No, it is not. Okay. I was thinking it was the same one with the belly button issue, but it is not. The belly button issue is healing up fine. It's doing good. But yeah, this guy keeps rubbing his face, and I like I say, he's kind of dull colored, so I believe he's gonna shed real soon. But I can't be sure because he just shed about a week ago, so it would be a little out of the normal for him to shed again already. However, if he ended up that he had a little injury there, maybe he rubbed it too hard and scraped it or something, his body would try to heal itself. And one way that they do try to heal themselves is by shedding more frequently. So that could potentially be what's happening with him. But I do look through and I do see even some of the yellow phase that appear to be clouding up again, So maybe they're just going to shed again, right away. They did have a fairly decent sized meal, a few days back. And, that could be contributing to it. So. And also you can see on that black one that I'm talking about with the face, the rattle actually is growing, and they get a new segment each time they shed. And this guy's rattle, you can already see the second segment underneath the skin. So I may be a little worried about him for no reason. And I hope that's the case. This one snake right in the very front keeps stopping me from staying, zoomed in or staying clear with the bunch of snakes in the back. I'm trying, so if I need to, I'll adjust the camera here in a bit. But every now and then for it to flick over to the one in the front is kind of cool because you get to see a close-up and check it out that way. Yeah, that spot on its face, it could even be one of the other guys bit him, you know. Anything's a possibility. I use Silvadene cream. I use that frequently. And the other thing that I use frequently is just simple old cheap triple antibiotic. The ointment type. You do not want to use the cream style. Do you know of something else that would be a good option, maybe? On mammals, I use that blue coat stuff after I clean a wound and things, but on the reptiles, I always use that Silvadene or triple antibiotic. This right here is the other stuff. Sulfur sulfide, whatever. You see what it says.
Shut up!
Where can I pick that up at? I'm going to look into it and see if it's acceptable for reptiles. I'm always willing to try new shit. Sorry, I had a mouthful of pizza there. But I'm always willing to try new stuff with them. Yeah, for sure. I'm about to try that out because my one dog, my Boston Terrier Jack Russell mix, they call him a Bojack. He chews the fuck out of his back every year. He's allergic to fleas. You got flea dermatitis or whatever the hell you call it, and he tears his back up, and putting something like that on it may help, help heal it up good. Because I usually have to shave his hair off and then make him wear a shirt for several weeks. Right here is a good example of the black phase timber rattlesnake. This guy here on the right, as you see, his eyeball is black, except for that little thin border around the pupil. And as he ages, the rest of his body will turn more and more black until it's almost entirely black. You will always see on the belly some white, and here you go. There's an example of the yellow phase. As you've seen with the yellow phase, the eyeball is yellow. And again, as these yellow phase age, their body will turn more and more greenish yellow. There's a good shot of the black eyeball. They're competing for who gets to be on camera by the looks of it. Hey guys, while you're in here, please hit that thumbs up for me. It'd really help out the stream a lot, help keep it visible for several hours, and we can keep on going for a while on this thing. Let's look back there. There's Eyeless front and center, as always. If you guys noticed, she has no eyeball there on her left side of her head. She's only got an eye on the right. She was born that way. Eyeless is one of 5 snakes that was born from some embryos that were harvested from a female timber that got hit on the road by a car. We managed to artificially incubate them to term. We got 5 of the 6 to survive. And I'm going to apologize now. You'll hear the warden yelling now and then at the dogs, because she don't realize I'm on the stream, forgets, and, yells at the dog now and then. The dog's a pain in the butt every once in a while. When you see the camera shake a little bit, like, bounce or whatever you want to call it, that is actually these little baby snakes moving around so heavily in that enclosure that they actually shake the enclosure a little bit. It's kind of crazy. You wouldn't think these little guys could do that, but they can. But even just these videos, you know, show these snakes, you know, they're not a big old scary, you know, death trap or nothing. They are very docile, very curious, you know, as you see, even with the camera. There's Ilis again coming up into the frame. We spell her name Islis. Whoop, we just had one fall. But anyway, we spell it Islis. She was born that way, and I was going to say earlier, and I sort of, you know, lost my train of thought. But the reason she is missing an eye is probably incubation temperature errors. Like I say, the mother was hit on the road. We did an emergency C-section, harvested her eggs, and artificially incubated them to term. Normally, they stay inside the mother until they hatch, at which time they're born. But being that she got hit, you know, that was not an option. Most people doubted we were going to be successful with it. However, you know, like I say, we managed to salvage 5 out of 6. And, you know, so the incubation or temperature errors, you know, will cause deformities sometimes, you know, or things like, you know, an eyeball missing. It could also be genetic, but I don't believe it's genetic because none of the other 5 showed any symptoms at all. But she can live a very happy, healthy life, no problem. Being a pit viper, she has those heat-sensing pits on her face, you know, between her eye and her nostril. And that essentially allows these snakes to see in, you know, just like a thermal camera, basically. They see the heat signature of their prey, you know, a rodent or whatever it might be, a bird. They see that heat signature, and that's how they know where to strike. They can pick up heat differences, you know, down to, you know, like 1,000th of a degree or something, some crazy number, but they can really pick up a difference, real low difference in temperature. There is that black male that I was talking about with the spot on its face. If you look right there, on the right side, it would be the snake's right, our left side. It looks to be a tiny bit of swelling, and it's kind of light colored, and he keeps rubbing it. So I'm hoping that it's, you know, just something that will clear up with a shed, or possibly even is a shed that has done it. I don't know. But you know, I guess we will see in time. That's the hardest part about reptiles sometimes, you know, is everything takes so long. If they get sick, it takes a very long time for them to recover, you know. If they get a cut on them or something, there you go. There's a good look at the spot I'm talking about right there. I'm really just hoping it's you know, because he's gonna shed or something. I don't, and again, you know, I know I keep saying it over and over again. I don't know for sure, but we'll keep a close eye on it and treat it as necessary. It could potentially be anything from, you know, he rubbed it on a rock in there. You know, it could be one of the other babies bit him. The reason that it's concerning, I just want to, you know, keep a close eye and make sure that it is not the start of snake fungal disease. I don't believe it is. It doesn't really show the characteristics of snake fungal disease, but it's so hard to call on a baby, you know. Looks like we got 10 people still in here watching. Can more of you 10 please hit that like button for us? Let's get this out to a wider audience where we can get more people in watching, and then it also helps bring people back later. Double tap the center of your screen, or up in the upper right corner, you'll see 3 dots. Click on that. A menu will drop down and give you the option for the thumbs up. It doesn't cost you anything, and it pays off for us, and it's very simple. You don't have to go out of your way to do it. It's, you know, it takes nothing extra for you to hit the thumbs up, so we'd really appreciate if you would do it. We don't ask for money or donations. We simply ask for your likes. So please hit that like button, people. those two that you're looking at there are both black phase. Right in the very center. The stupid camera keeps wanting to autofocus on the closest snake. As soon as it sees the slightest movement closer to it, it'll want to focus in. There's Iris again, photo bombing. Iris is getting big. She's probably up to somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 inches now. She has almost doubled in length since she was born. And that's just in 3 weeks. So she's doing very well. If you watch her rattle as she comes down off of that rock there, if she continues traveling the way she is, you'll see again, the single button that I speak of, versus an entire rattle. There you go. There's the single button. And like I said, the next time she sheds it, we'll add another segment to that. And once she has 2 segments, they will actually be able to produce a sound. Yeah, it is harder to pick Eyeless out now, Sue, because of her getting so much bigger, It's, unless you see right in her face, it's hard to pick her out, where before you were able to, you could look from a mile away and tell which one was her. But just a couple of short weeks, and it has changed everything. It's amazing how quickly these guys grow and how much they change, in a short time. And that's one of the main things that I thought people would find interesting, and the reason that I thought we would have a whole lot more likes and viewers on these videos is, just because they'd be able to see a snake, age all the way from embryo to adult. This damn camera, I'm going to have to reposition the camera, but I don't want to take away from the close-ups either, so I'm kind of in a position here. Yeah, from the first day until now, it's a huge difference in these babies already. And like I say, it's only been, what's it been, like 18 days or something like that, maybe 20 days? Anybody that's here watching that is curious what they looked like, or what me and Sue are talking back and forth about, if you're curious about what they had, their size and what they looked like as little tiny newborn babies till now, you can look back through my shorts feed and you can see, some videos in there of the day they were born, and also you can see the embryos when I put them in cups and put them in the incubator. Yeah, after the first shed, they got super active. You know, now at nighttime, they get active for a while, just about the time it's turning dark. And then when I turn the lights out, they will go to sleep. They won't move around at all anymore after they go to sleep. And in the morning, I'll turn the light on. They'll lay in place for a while. And then as soon as one starts moving, the rest of them will start getting up and, you know, running around, moving around, and, you know, causing chaos in there for each other. We've got 9 people and 5 likes. At least 4 more of y'all could hit the like button for me, please. I know I ask over and over again, and I'm going to keep asking over and over again until something happens. Please, guys, hit that like button. What do you got to lose by hitting the like button for us? The one you're looking at right now in the center of the screen, that is a yellow-phased timber rattlesnake, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. Again, they are a very heavy-bodied pit viper found throughout the eastern United States. They're found from New England clear down to northern Florida, found out as far west as Minnesota and the northeastern portions of Texas. At one time in the southeastern United States, they were called a canebrake rattlesnake. Their scientific name was Crotalus horridus. In the northeast, they've always been Crotalus horridus. This species of snake has been grouped together with the canebrake rattlesnake to all be one big giant group now, and they're all called timber rattlesnakes. I personally still believe there are some subtle differences between the canebrake and the timber rattlesnake. However, you know, through years of research and study, they determined that the differences was mainly you know, I don't know what word to use here, but mainly they're locale differences. You know, the ones from the northeast are black, and some of them are greenish yellow colors. So that's where you get the black phase and the yellow phase. And in the southeast, they are always a tan or gray color with a copper to bronze colored stripe down the center of their back. These snakes was listed on the endangered species candidate list for many years because they are very slow. They reproduce very slowly. The females do not mature until between 8 and 11 years old. Some studies in the southeast showed them to mature 3 to 4 years, but that's not typical. Some specimens may, but most of them are between 8 and 11 years old. And when, you know, they live anywhere between 15 to 20 years in the wild. Some of them have lived as long as 30 years, but they may only, female may only reproduce, you know, 2 to 3 times in her entire lifetime. And they have anywhere from 5 to 20 babies, but on average 6 or 8 is what they have. And then out of that 6 or 8, less than half of them will survive until adulthood. So between that and human intervention, you know, deforestation, you know, housing developments, etc., are all leading causes of their decline. But in the recent years, in many areas, they have found some population increases, which is good news. And they've been removed from the list in some areas. Some areas still have them on the list. But with any luck and, you know, people doing, you know, conservation efforts, you know, maybe they will completely come off of the list one day. Right there, Sue, you can see the tail of that black phase that has got the spot on his face, and you see the other segment right below his rattle there that's getting ready to show. And so I really think he's going to come into shed again real soon, and once he sheds, that entire segment will be visible. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people, people that, never liked snakes or cared enough about them to stop for a second and take a look at them and realize, they're a living creature just like your pet dog or your pet rabbit or something like that, or your cat. They're a living animal, living, breathing animal. They obviously, they're not all in this enclosure over here, wanting to try to bite through the glass and bite me in the face and attack me. You know, I have showed many times I can literally put my hand right in front of all this. As you see, I got my fingers right here in front of this snake right now between the camera and it. And that snake didn't budge. They don't want to bite you. Their venom their venom is a very precious resource to them. It takes a lot of energy and effort to rebuild that venom. So they don't want to waste that venom to just attack you. They use that venom for two reasons. They use that venom to, subdue their prey so they can eat and survive. And the other reason, it aids in digestion. That, like us, we have all the enzymes and everything in our guts to digest the pizza and Pepsi that we just stuff down our gullet. And, the snakes, they need that venom to help digest that food. They're cold-blooded, so their digestive systems work completely different than ours. But yeah, there's a whole lot of things different about snakes than what meets the eye. Once you get into it, start watching them and learning a little something about them, it usually changes most people's mind on what they think of them. Like, look at this little guy here, the one, he's been laying there minding its own business. Now this black one just comes up. And the other one just simply moves out of his way for a minute, lets him do his thing, and then it'll go right back to relaxing how it's been the whole time. It didn't, bite the other snake. It didn't freak out and shit. Their snakes have gotten the bad rap. Basically, they've always been demonized, and I don't think they should be. 9 out of 10 bites that occur are somebody who did something stupid. Whether they weren't paying attention and stepped on the snake, or whether they thought they were going to be a hero and show off for their buddies and pick the snake up, and things like that. If they just simply were coexisting or hiking through the forest or the woods, going on a hike or a horseback ride or something, 9 out of 10 times you don't see it. You don't see anything happen. You don't even see the snake. There's Eyeless pushing everybody out of the way again. See, she's getting big and strong. She's becoming a bully. She's still not mean, though. She's not aggressive or even defensive at her size and, everything. She's just, a bulldozer now. And she tried to give us a real close-up look there. I could make several other examples with these snakes. I mean, I'm not gonna do it, just because anything can happen. But I probably, most likely, 99% chance, I could probably reach right in there and pick one of these snakes up with my bare hands, and it would not even attempt to bite me. Like I say, the only way they're going to bite is if they feel threatened or cornered. And another thing that's sort of a fun fact with snakes, maybe the next time you see a garter snake or a black snake, I'm sure you're not at this point yet, but one day you might. But if you was to see a black snake example, and if you can get close enough to that black snake without him running off, if you was to attempt to pick him up, if you reach down and you get your hand under the snake, slowly slide your hand underneath the snake, you would be able to pick that snake right up and hold that snake with open hands, letting it lay in your hands without a problem. Now, if you grab that snake from the top, that snake is going to freak out at that time and either try to run or strike at you because it feels threatened because something is touching its back, you know, and it scares them. That's a really good shot right there. That would be a nice picture, actually, but I don't know how to take, you know, frames from a YouTube live stream, but that really good picture. Timber rattlesnakes, they're the misunderstood guardians of the forest. Anybody who is in here watching, thank you for being here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about an animal that tends to get a bad reputation. They're often misunderstood and feared, but they're incredibly important to our ecosystem. We're talking about the timber rattlesnake, Crotalus horridus. I know that some of you might be thinking, why would anyone want to talk about rattlesnakes, you know, for 10, 15 minutes or whatever? But bear with me. I think by the end, you might actually have a new appreciation for these reptiles. The timber rattlesnake, again, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus, it's one of North America's most iconic venomous snakes. It's native to the eastern and into the central United States. They're found in the deciduous forest, rocky outcrops, and even some rural farmlands. They're a large, heavy-bodied snake. The adults typically measure between 3 and 5 feet long. They can live up to 30 years in the wild. Their coloration is beautiful and camouflaged. They got a pattern of dark crossbands over a background that range anywhere from yellowish green to black to gray and brown. And they've always got a distinct black tail ending. And obviously that famous rattle. And that rattle, it's one of the most misunderstood tools in nature, to be honest. It's not a threat, it's a warning. It's a timber rattlesnake's way of saying, I'm here, please don't step on me. And despite their fearsome reputation, timber rattlesnakes are incredibly shy and non-aggressive. They prefer to stay hidden and avoid conflict. Most people who spend time in timber rattlesnake habitats will never even see one. They are masters of camouflage and stealth. And a good example of that is I lived in Pennsylvania my entire, childhood and young adult life. And right in central Pennsylvania. And I never, ever in my entire life saw a timber rattlesnake in the forest. I only ever saw them laying on the side of the road for heat. But I never seen one while I was out hiking in the forest. They prefer to just stay hidden and avoid conflict. They, like I said, that you probably would never even see one in the wild, even in their habitats. When they're threatened, the timber rattlesnake's first response is to remain still. If you approach too closely, it'll probably coil up and rattle, hoping to scare you away. It will almost always choose flight over fight. Bites to humans are extremely rare and usually only happen when the snake is provoked or accidentally stepped on. This isn't a reckless predator. It's a cautious and deliberate animal just trying to survive. So why should we care about timber rattlesnakes? Well, I say because they play a critical role in their ecosystems. They're a top-level predator. They help control populations of small mammals, especially rodents like mice and rats. One adult timber rattlesnake can consume dozens of rodents each year, helping reduce crop damage, limit the spread of disease, and even support the health of forest regeneration. In fact, some researchers have pointed out that by controlling rodent populations, timber rattlesnakes may actually reduce the risk of tick-borne illnesses like Lyme's disease, since rodents are the major carriers of the ticks that transmit these diseases to humans. So it's kind of ironic that scary snake in the woods may actually be protecting you in more ways than one. Timber rattlesnakes also have fascinating reproductive lives. They're slow to mature, often not reproducing until they're 8 to 11 years old. Females reproduce only once every 3 to 5 years, and they give birth to live young, usually between 5 and 20, but on average 6 or 8. Because of the slow reproductive rate, their populations are especially vulnerable to decline. If adults are killed before they have a chance to reproduce, it can take years, if not decades, for a population to recover. This makes conservation efforts all the more critical. Unfortunately, timber rattlesnakes face a number of threats across their range. The most obvious one is human fear and persecution. Many people still kill rattlesnakes on sight out of fear, misunderstanding, or a misplaced sense of duty to protect their families or pets. But there are bigger issues too: habitat loss, road mortality, and illegal collection for the pet trade, or for use in rattlesnake roundups. Many states, timber rattlesnakes are now listed as a threatened or endangered species. Their numbers have dropped significantly over the past century, especially in the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. Here's the tragic irony. Most timber rattlesnakes want absolutely nothing to do with us. They're not chasing people through the woods. They're not fucking lurking outside your door. They just want to live their lives, eat their prey, and disappear into the underbrush. So what can you do? First and foremost, we can educate ourselves and others. Understanding is the first step towards coexistence. If you live in an area where timber rattlesnakes are found, learn what they look like, learn how to avoid them, and how to react if you see one. Here, I'll give you a hint. Leave them the fuck alone. Support conservation efforts in your area, whether through land protection, road crossing, make road crossing structures for wildlife, or policies that protect native reptiles. And maybe, most importantly, we can change the conservation in conversations around snakes in general. Instead of viewing them as villains, let's recognize them as vital parts of the natural world. Beautiful, complex, and essential. I want to close with a short personal reflection. The first time I saw a timber rattlesnake in the wild, it was on the road. And I was walking, and I heard the faint rattle before I saw anything. Of course I jumped. But when I stopped and looked, there it was, coiled quietly on the side of the road, just watching me, not blinking its eyes, because they don't have eyelids. And it wasn't aggressive, though. It wasn't chasing me. It was just there, doing what rattlesnakes do, soaking up the last bit of heat for the day. So anyway, It was more so a moment of connection, not fear, and it just reminded me that these snakes don't want to kill us, and we need to share the space. So next time that you're out and you hear a rattle or even just rustling in the leaves, don't panic, take a breath. Remember that the rattlesnake isn't your enemy. It's a survivor, a hunter, and a symbol of the wilderness that we still have left. And in a world that's rapidly losing its wild edges, maybe we should be grateful for every rattle that still echoes through the trees. And another little fun fact is the Gadsden flag, which is the Don't Tread on Me flag, that is the timber rattlesnake on that flag. So the timber rattlesnake is a historic snake as well here for the United States. Please hit the thumbs up button, please. I did not take the tick off of the mamba yet. I am going to do that. I want to try to get to it today. Obviously, I'm busy standing in front of a camera right now, so that's real important. So I might get to it, I might not. I'm not 100% sure, so I will let you know, though, when I do it, and I am going to live stream it.
No, ma'am.
Hey guys, there's 14 of y'all in here. I've only got 7 likes. There means there's at least 7 more of y'all that could hit the like button for me. If y'all will, please double tap center of your screen, give us some thumbs up. I see that we've got a handful of thumbs up so far, and it has already helped boost the stream a little bit. So if some more of y'all hit the thumbs up, it would definitely help boost that algorithm and get this stream out to a wider audience, get us more viewers in here. We're not monetized. We don't ask for donations. We don't want your money. We simply want your likes. So again, double tap that screen real quick for us. That black one's a dick. He keeps crawling all over that yellow one just trying to chill. Thank you, whoever hit the like button. I appreciate that. Can a couple more of y'all hit that like button for us, please? It helps us out tremendously here on the stream. Again, we're not the average live stream. We're not begging for money. We're not expecting you to send donations. We're not even accepting donations. We are simply accepting and begging for likes. There's Eyeless up on the fern hanging. For anybody who hasn't been in here to hear me talk about her, the one that you see climbing on that fern right there, we call her Eyeless, I-S-L-I-S. It's because she has only one eyeball. She has no eye on the left side of her face. But she's very healthy, happy, and active. She has doubled in size in just under 3 weeks. She is growing very quickly. We got 13 people in here, 8 likes. Can y'all hit the like button for me? There's at least 5 more people in here that haven't hit the like. If you would, hit that like button, double tap center your screen to like the stream. Don't cost you anything, but it pays off tenfold for us. It's the only thing that helps us out. We don't take donations. We ain't begging for money. We don't ask for super chats. We don't want anything to do with your damn pocket. We simply want your likes, please. Come on, guys, like the stream for me, please. There's 5 more of y'all at least in here that haven't hit the like button yet. That's the only thing we ask is you hit the like button. We put a lot of time and effort into these live streams. We try to give you a bit of education and a lot of entertainment. Least you could do is return the respect and give us a like, please. Come on now. We appreciate y'all being here to watch. And to make it possible for us to keep these streams coming and keep them relevant for you, we really need your likes. Without your likes, the views peter off to nothing, and we don't get any views, and we don't get any return viewers, and we're not going to be able to continue on with these live streams unless people hit the like button. You're looking at timber rattlesnakes here, scientific name Crotalus horridus. Again, they are a heavy-bodied pit viper. They are found throughout the eastern United States, from New England as far south as northern Florida. They are found as far west as Minnesota and the northeastern portions of Texas. So they do have a fairly large range. I think timber rattlesnakes, and this may not be scientifically proven, but in my opinion, timber rattlesnakes are about the third largest rattlesnake species. It would go eastern diamondback rattlesnake being the largest species of rattlesnake in the world. I personally believe the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is the second, and then it would go to the timber rattlesnake for the third, I believe. I could be wrong on that as far as science goes, but in my experience and in my opinion, that would be the order. I believe that the timber rattlesnake's venom is the second most potent, right behind the Mojave rattlesnake. The Mojave rattlesnake is the most potent venom. I believe the most defensive rattlesnake is the western diamondback rattlesnake. I believe the most docile rattlesnake is the timber rattlesnake. I believe the second most docile rattlesnake is the Arizona blacktail rattlesnake. The smallest rattlesnake species on the planet is the pygmy rattlesnake. I believe it is the Carolina pygmy, and then the dusky pygmy. And then you go into other rattlesnakes such as the Massasauga rattlesnake. There is an eastern Massasauga, which is an endangered species, and there is a western Massasauga and a desert Massasauga rattlesnake. They are a relatively small rattlesnake. I do have a desert Massasauga rattlesnake directly underneath the enclosure you're looking in right now, and maybe I will show him here in a little while. I have to put him in his new enclosure, so I may go ahead and do that today. If I don't get to it today, we will be putting all my snakes back into enclosures. We had removed them from their enclosures and we put them in buckets and tubs in preparation for the hurricane that was supposed to hit South Carolina coast. It does not look like that's going to happen now, so we can go ahead and get these snakes back in their rightful enclosures. If y'all give us a thumbs up, I'd greatly appreciate it. If anybody can guess the exact number of rattlesnakes in this enclosure, I will send you a free virtual reptarium shirt. You just put your answer in the comments. Don't be afraid to take a guess. You have nothing to lose by taking a guess. And even if you don't like the virtual reptarium, you can use the shirt to work in. You can go work on your car in it and use it as a shirt to get all greased up and stuff. Work around the farm, whatever. So that sounds like a no-lose situation to me. You don't have to worry about the warden getting pissed off because you fucked up a good shirt. Can 2 more of y'all hit the like button for me, please? I really need to get to 10 likes. It would help me out tremendously if y'all would hit that like button. I know the warden scares me. There's 20 people in checking out the snakes for a second here. While you're in here, can you hit the thumbs up for us, please? Even if you don't plan on staying long, hit that thumbs up. Help us out. Boost the algorithm to get this out to a wider audience. Hey guys, while you're in here, hit the like button for me, please, even if you're not going to stay long. Just give us a thumbs up, help boost the algorithm so we can get this out to a wider audience. Some of y'all may choose to stay a while, but even if you don't, hit the like button because that'll bring other people in. Some people may like it, some may not, but if you hit the thumbs up, that'll give us the best opportunity to get people in here to check it out. We don't ask for money or donations in any way. We simply ask for your likes. You're looking at timber rattlesnakes here, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. They are a heavy-bodied pit viper found throughout the eastern United States. At one time in the southeastern United States, they was called a canebrake rattlesnake. They've always been the timber rattlesnake in the northeast. They have been grouped together into one big happy family, and they are all considered to be timber rattlesnakes now. They grouped them together for conservation efforts, and also apparently they have done some research to find that they're the same snake. The differences that we saw, such as colors and patterns and things like that, was simply due to evolution for the locality that they're from. In the northeast, you will find that they are black, sometimes greenish yellow color, and in the northeast, they always seem to be a tan, sandy, or gray color with a orange or copper or maybe even bronze stripe down the center of the back. These snakes live to be 15 to 20 years old in the wild. They have lived as long as 30 years. Come on, guys, help get us up to at least 10 likes, please. We put a lot of time and effort into bringing these streams to you, trying to give you a little bit of educational value and a lot of entertainment. So while you're in here, can you please take a split second of your time to double tap on that screen and give us a like? It would mean the world to us if you did so. We're trying to grow this stream, get a larger audience going, bring awareness about these animals, and just, bring entertainment about these animals to people. We have some people in the streams. The number one is the one you see in the comments there. She was one who didn't like snakes either, but she's been faithfully in here on our live streams, every single live stream we have. Obviously, for somebody who does not like, snakes or did not like snakes, and they scared them, she found some sort of entertainment value and educational value to keep coming back. You might do the same, so hit that like button for us, please. You may help somebody else overcome their fear. Hey everyone, thanks for stopping in and checking out the stream. While you're in here, hit the like button, please. Once we hit 10 likes, we will go ahead and pull out a different rattlesnake and show y'all a different rattlesnake. Let you check that out, and then we'll continue on with the timber rattlesnake live stream. But as soon as we hit 10 likes, we'll show you a different one. Show you another rattlesnake, maybe even a couple other rattlesnakes. Again, for anybody new that's in here, you're looking at the timber rattlesnake, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. If you hit the like button for us, it would definitely help us out a lot, and it would help us be able to keep this stream going. It would get it to a wider audience where more people get to come check out the snakes. It may help, bridge the gap between some of those who hate snakes and, the reptiles themselves. We need to help try to conserve, help conservation efforts with these snakes. These snakes have been declining in numbers for many years. There has been an increase in some areas over the years, but overall they say that they're declining, and that's a lot due to the fact that they don't reproduce until they're much older. It takes till between 8 and 11 years old before they are sexually mature and can reproduce. And they have anywhere between 5 and 20 babies, but on average 6 or 8. And out of those 6 or 8, less than half of them will survive. So they are very slow at reproducing. And let's say just one female that gets killed that is mature age, just one female getting killed can set back that colony decades. So it's very important for us to get the information out about these snakes and show that they're a very docile rattlesnake. They don't want to attack you. They don't want to hurt you. It's very important that we protect these animals. And by y'all hitting the like button, it gets it out there to a wider audience for us to get this information out to more people. Whether you like snakes or you don't like snakes, we need snakes. They help control rodent populations. They help balance the ecosystems that they live in. And we are part of that ecosystem. So, guys, we really need y'all to help us out, help get this out to a bigger audience. No, the warden is not my spotter. Art is my spotter most of the time. The warden actually got a little upset with me when I very first started bringing venomous snakes into the house. I have most of my snakes outside in the building, but I do have 12 or 13 or 30 snakes in the house. And she's not real happy about that, but I will be moving them. As you've seen, I showed y'all yesterday that we are putting up a new building right now, and once we get this new building out, I am going to consolidate all of my snakes into the new building. From all the different locations I have them in right now, everything's just kind of a cluster, and that'll get the warden a little happier to get them out of the house. It is a little unnerving sleeping with king cobras and gaboon vipers and rhino vipers and Mexican West Coast rattlesnakes and blue insularises and western diamondbacks and timber rattlesnakes and purpura maculatuses. I can keep going, but there might be some snakes in here that she don't know about, so I need to keep my mouth shut because she's not far away and can hear every word I'm saying. I sort of suckered my way into all of this because I originally started out bringing snakes into the house by bringing ball pythons into the house. And even though she never fully accepted the pythons, she learned to coexist. And after that, I brought a couple venomous ones in, and I may or may not still get the heat for that every now and then. But she is brave. It takes a brave person to spend, as many years with me as what she did in general, even without the snakes. So she deserves credit for all of this. So I guess in a way she kind of is the game warden, like you said the other day. But I more meant the prison warden when I said it. But I guess she's the game warden because she sort of regulates, how many snakes and what snakes are allowed. But usually, if I need to bring another one in, what I'll do is I'll wait until she, goes to work or something like that. Because she works now and then, taking care of an old woman. And so sometimes she'll go there, or she just, goes to the store or something like that. And that's when I'll smuggle another one into the house. And I'm usually good to go for a few days until she's doing something, or maybe sitting in the chair in the living room and happens to realize there's another enclosure. That could probably be a channel and a live stream all in itself, some of the dumb stuff that I do. Well, now that's, the thing. She did not know about the ones at the airport until the morning of. And then when I go to pick them up and I get my ass put in jail, it was a little bit of a surprise. Sort of like today, she don't know that I'm getting ready to run to the airport now and pick up a 6-foot gaboon viper. But she's going to know when I get back. But, it could be worse. I could be spending my money on hookers or drugs, but I'm not. I'm spending it on snakes. Well, she didn't say anything, so I don't think she heard me. I think she's into her video she's watching right now, so I think I got away with it for now. You actually inspired a thought, and it kind of worked out perfect because when you said, I bet she knows now, my son called at that exact time, and I just summoned him to go to the airport and pick up the gaboon for me. And I realized that the warden actually is not in the house. She went outside when I said that. So I got very lucky. So now when my son gets back, I will show y'all on the live stream the unboxing of this gaboon viper. and I'll probably show her at the exact same time so you get to feel the wrath when I do. You know, I joke around and, you know, I call her the warden and I say like you'll feel the wrath when I do, but honestly, she's cool. She don't fuck with me too much. She does not like the snakes in the house, and she does give me crap about that. And she does not know about the gaboon viper that's on its way. And she didn't know about the snakes the last time either until the day of. So she does get on my case about the snakes, but you know, she's supportive in everything I do. If it wasn't for her, getting together with me back when she did many years ago, you know, I may not be standing here today doing these live streams with y'all. I was addicted to pain pills years back. I have been clean since 2010 of the pain pills. And I never did any, stealing or anything like that to support my habit, but I took my habit to the extremes as far as the amount that I took and things like that. So, her and reptiles and Pepsi saved my life, but mostly her. The very first venomous snake that I ever bought was a monocled cobra. You just cannot find a prettier snake than a black timber rattlesnake. I don't think it's possible to find a prettier one. Hey guys, hit the like button if you haven't already, please. I really appreciate that. You're looking at timber rattlesnakes. They are scientifically known as Crotalus horridus, found throughout the eastern United States. They are one of the larger pit vipers found throughout the eastern United States. thank you for stopping in to check out the snakes. I'm not sure if y'all been here earlier or not, but you're looking at timber rattlesnakes, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. They're found throughout the eastern United States, all the way from New England all the way down to northern Florida. They are found as far west as Minnesota and the northeastern portions of Texas. So they are a rather widespread species. However, this species has been listed as an endangered candidate species, or an endangered species candidate, I should say. They've been removed from that list as well in some areas because there has been population increases in some areas. Other areas there have still been decreases. The reason for the decline in population with these snakes is, human interference. Humans getting scared, killing them, deforestation. And these snakes are very slow to reproduce. A female does not reach sexual maturity until between 8 and 11 years old. And then they may only give birth to offspring, 2, maybe 3 times in their entire lifetime. And they have anywhere between 5 and 20 babies. On average, they have between 6 and 8 babies. And out of those 6 or 8 babies that are born, only half or maybe even less than half may survive against all the odds that are against them. They are born live. The mother actually has eggs inside, and the eggs remain inside the mother for the incubation process. And once they hatch internally, that's at the point that they will be birthed. When they are born with a single button on the rattle. As you can see right there, actually, there's a tail with the rattle in your upper left corner of your screen. They do not have a functioning rattle at this age. Every time they shed, they will gain a new segment of rattle. And over time, they gain a couple of segments. That's the point they will be able to start making that iconic noise that we all know is the rattlesnake rattle or buzz. Hey Sue, glad to see you back. I'm back too. I just had to run to the store. I bought a e-bike and I ride that to the store when I get the chance. But thank you for stopping by to check out the stream, anybody and everybody. Really appreciate that. Eyeless, what are you doing climbing the thermostat? What are you doing climbing the thermometer, Eyeless? Ah, Jesus. What's up, little dude? Appreciate y'all stopping in and hitting the like button. Definitely helps us out here. It's the only thing that keeps our streams relevant. If I don't get likes, YouTube buries it at the bottom of the list and nobody gets to see it. But y'all been doing pretty decent here, stopping in, giving me a like now and then. I appreciate that. You're looking at timber rattlesnakes, scientific name Crotalus horridus. If anybody can guess the exact number of baby timber rattlesnakes in this enclosure in the comments section, I will send you a free virtual reptarium t-shirt or sweatshirt, your choice. The first one with the correct guess wins. As you notice, I mean, they've been active all day, but they are more active right now and more active first thing in the morning than what they are in the middle of the day. That's just, you know, their nature. They're so used to, you know, first thing in the mornings coming out, seeking, you know, heat and food. And then in the evenings, the same thing, you know, they will, after the sun has done been beaten down all day long and they got too hot, they've had to hide under the rocks and whatnot, they will come back out in the evening time and go onto them rocks to soak up the last bit of heat, or out to the roadways and try to get the little bit of heat off of the roads. Try to adjust the camera here. The one that you see raising her head up right now, her name's Islis, Islis. I know there's only one of y'all in here. My sneaking suspicion is that it is Sue and Tom that's in here watching. But that's Islis right there in the dead center. As you see, she has an eye on the right side of her head, but no eyeball on the left side. Again, y'all are looking at timber rattlesnakes. Scientific name Crotalus horridus. They're found throughout the entire eastern United States, all the way from New England to northern parts of Florida. But I will shut up and allow y'all to enjoy the stream. Hey guys, while you're in here, hit the thumbs up for me. I'm going to start another live stream if you're in here, Sue. I'm going to leave this one running as well, but I'm going to start another live stream to do an unboxing of a new venomous snake. So anybody who wants to watch the unboxing that's in here, I know there's only 4 of y'all in here right now, but anybody who is interested, take a look on my channel and watch for the new stream. It's going to take me a half hour or so to get ready for this stream. Hey guys, you're looking at almost 3-week-old baby timber rattlesnakes, scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. They're found throughout the eastern United States. They are one of the heaviest bodied pit vipers found in North America. The eastern diamondback rattlesnake is the largest rattlesnake on the planet. I am not sure that it is scientifically proven. However, I believe that the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is the second largest rattlesnake on the planet, followed by the timber rattlesnake. Will y'all give me a thumbs up, please? Hit that like button. Double tap center of your screen. That gives us a like. It keeps our stream relevant and it makes it visible to more people. We don't ask for money. We're not asking for donations. We don't want any of that. We just simply want y'all to hit the like button. I'm going to stop this one right here.